Hello, welcome to Live Sprints today. I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to do it today, but nothing really was going on. So here we are. Welcome. And I see Jay's already in the chat. And let's see what she is up to. Jay says, hello, I'm doing my Bible challenge where I will write out the Bible. I'm currently writing Genesis 9. And I think that is such a great challenge. And we have K-Tree that says, ooh, Jamie, that is so cool. And we have Morgan that says, I'm only reading the Bible this month, so that's what I'll be reading tonight. That's good. Jay, didn't you have a challenge last year, the Read Your Bible challenge? That was yours, right? I think that's such a great way to start the year. I am going to be doing Agatha Christie Miss Marple project this year. So I am going to be listening to The Body in the Library. That's the first full Miss Marple novel. I'm going to be listening to it while I work on my reading journal. And the version that I am going to be listening to is read by Stephanie Cole. She's a British actress, and I think she does a pretty good job. I am a little partial to the Joan Hickson narrations. This Body in the Library, I also have with Richard E. Grant reading it, and his is okay, but I think I like the Stephanie Cole version a little bit more. And we have a Jamie in. Hello. Oh, sorry, Jay, I confused you. That was Whitney who is doing it, and she's doing it again on Instagram. So that is Whitney Marie, I believe is her Instagram handle, is doing the Read Your Bible challenge. And Jamie says hello to everyone else. And Katrie says, so glad you're sprinting. I'm not sure what I'll pick up. Debating about picking up Oshina's Francine Rivers book for this month. What is her book for this month? I heard that she was doing the Mark of the Lion series in the spring, but what is she doing this month? Katrina, hello. She's listening to A Voice in the Wind tonight and might spend one sprint on my NF. NF, do I know what that is? And hello, Carmen. She is finishing 84 Charing Cross Road by Helene Hanff this afternoon. I have wanted to read that. I saw part of the movie when it came out back in the 90s, but I haven't read the book and I didn't watch the whole movie, but that is one that I am definitely interested in. Nonfiction. Great. One sprint on your nonfiction. Well, that's a good deal, Katrina. And let's see. Bridge to Heaven. K-Tree believes it's Bridge to Heaven this month. Okay. I'm a little hesitant to pick up Francine Rivers because I hear that she has some really tough things that she deals with in her books. And I understand that they are completely great. I just don't know. I don't know. And Carmen says you should. It's so good. I will definitely consider it. I'm definitely considering doing the Mark of the Lion trilogy. It's a trilogy, right? Along with Oshina when she's got it on her schedule. I'm definitely considering it. All right, so I am actually going to be working, like I said, on my book journal for this year, and this is it here. And this is from shopwrongrong.com, and the Wrong Wrong is the name of the artist. This year, this journal has 5 tabs, so I need to decide what I'm going to organize in there. I have my label maker, so I'm going to put labels on those tabs once I decide how I'm going to organize it. The first thing that I have in there right now is the reading tracker. And I think last year she also had one of these in the one that I had last year, and I was going to try to write the titles in, but it's such a small space. I might just color in just the spines kind of matching the spine of the book that I'm reading, and just do that way. There is another one that's like for my favorite books. This one, the books are slightly bigger, so I might be able to put a title in there. I'm also considering just coloring them in and putting maybe like a number that would refer to a number on a list of books that I'll be reading. I have this reading tracker that's just the did I read, I think is what I'm going to do this year. It's just did I read on this day. I think that would be the simplest, because I did try doing like how many hours I read or how many pages I read, because it does have room for you to do a key of like different colors or different symbols or whatever. But that was it wasn't something I easily kept up with last year, and I think I gave up somewhere along the way. And then I decided that in my regular planner, I'm going to keep just a running list of the books I read. But then once the month is over, then I'll transfer them over to something like this as like a reading log, or as the month goes on, maybe as I finish them. So I'll put them in order as I start them, and then maybe put the date that I finish them. And then when I finish it, move it over here and then have that by month. Those are all ideas I have. If you guys have ideas for me on reading journals, I am going to be doing another 100 book challenge. And for me, this challenge is that because I reread a lot. So it's just like the first time I read a book this year, I can mark it off here. And if I read that book again, it won't be marked off here, because I want to have a distinct 100 books that I read this year. My overall goal is 150 books. I think that gives me room to have like some reading slumps. Last year, my goal was, I think it was 200, and I didn't quite make it because I was quite slumpy from like January through May, where I usually read at least 14 books a month usually up to like 20 books a month. So I thought 200 would be pretty easy, but because I was so slumpy at the beginning of the year, I didn't meet it. I know it was over 150, but I'm not quite sure how much it was. So this year my goal is 150. And then I'm also doing a 50 book challenge. And this 50 book challenge are just 50 books that are new to me. So while I will count a book that I've read in the past, if I read it this year, I'll count it once for my 100 book challenge. But for my 50 book challenge, I'm only going to be counting books that I haven't read before. So I want at least half of those books that I read to be new to me books. Let's get some comments going here before we fall too far behind. And hello, Annie. She says, hi, everyone. I'm charging my Kindle, so I will be doing some food prep soon. Nice. And Jamie says, I finished 84 Charing Cross Road about an hour ago, and I finished A Heart as Red as Paint earlier. It was actually meant to be done for Tinsel and Tales. You know what, Annie? I'm still counting anything that I finished today. Actually, I haven't read anything yet today. I was watching a Jane Austen documentary, like 3-part series thing on BritBox, and the Rose Parade, because that's what I do every New Year's day, is watch the Rose Parade, and I have my Mexican hot chocolate while I do that. So I haven't actually read anything, but anything that I read today, I'm still going to count for December, I think. So definitely, if you finished it, I would still count it for Tinsel and Tales. And Katrina says, I've decided to use lined and graphed paper in a binder. I thought just a pocket calendar would work, but now I don't think so. Plus, with a binder, I can move things around. Yes, yeah. I have, where did I put? All right, here. I purchased this. So I like the disc bound planners because you can move stuff around. And so my reading journal is also disc bound. I bought this dot grid paper on Amazon, and it fits my planner, but it's good because I don't know if you can see the dots there, but then you can like do your layout however you want it if you just want to do lines. For my last year planner, I ran out of the pages of the reading log. So, because I had these pages that had like reading log. So I did one of those. This was a dot grid page that also had the little stuff, but it came with the reading journal, but it was just blank and dot grid. So then I put lines in it and stuff to continue on my reading log. I was going to do like little stars, but I couldn't find a stamp that like fit in there. And it was such a pain to hand draw the stars. I just left it off. And Annie wants to know, was that special any good? I have BritBox for a month. I haven't finished it yet. I think I'm on the third. I think it's 3 parts, and I think I'm on the third part. So far, it's been pretty interesting. There's like parts that are like dramatized, and they're fine. But I mean, it's always interesting to hear about Jane Austen. So mostly I had it on in the background while I was doing other things. But it does have a lot of the actors that have appeared in the adaptations, like Charity Wakefield and who else was in there? Greg Wise. I think it's narrated by Juliet Stevenson. So yeah, it had a lot of good stuff, and it's been fun. I've been enjoying it. I haven't finished it yet though. And Jamie says it will probably work. Reread listening to. I'll probably work rereading Christmas in the Castle Library, which I have to review for an awards thing. Interesting. Christmas in the Castle Library. Is like the Castle Library a series? And Jamie says, while listening to that, I'm working on taking down Christmas decorations and updating Instagram and maybe working on my book journal as well. Well, you have a busy day, Jamie. And do you still have company at home? I decided to skip out on New Year's Eve. I usually go to my cousin's house and celebrate over there. And she sent me a text yesterday. She's like, "Are you coming over?" And I was like, "No." I just decided to stay home. So I was in the comments on the reading sprints, the progressive reading sprints that Lucy, Celestria, Reese, and Christy did yesterday. I was there till the end, and then I still had an hour before midnight my time. But it was nice just being here, cozy. I did have my own Martinelli's. I took a picture and sent it to my my chat of my sisters and cousins. We have a little chat going on, and so we all were doing our toast there. One of my sisters was in Utah. Well, 2 of my sisters were in Utah yesterday, and so they, sent theirs a little earlier than the rest of us that are all here in California. And Annie says, I'm doing an author directory and listing their books I've read or DNF'd because of spice and curse words. Oh, that's interesting. And Tabitha is here, says, hello, everyone. Excited for sprints tonight. Me too. Like I said, I haven't done any reading yet today. I am going to be listening to The Body in the Library and finishing up my reading journal setup, really deciding how I'm going to structure that. And then That Body in the Library will be the first book that I enter on there. Also, if I get that journal finished up, set up, then I have a knitting project that I'm working on. This is my, make sure I don't knock any stitches off of here. This is called the Book Club Cardigan, and this is the back of it, and it's cables. I will be attaching sleeves over here and a placket up front. It is going to have some pockets that will go right here. I tried it on earlier, and I think those pockets might be a little high, but we'll see. Hopefully I don't have to rip it out all the way back and lower the pockets, but we shall see when I get a little farther down on it. So I will be working on that if I get that reading journal finished setting up. And Jamie says, company left on the weekend, but I have to get ready for my great niece to move back in. The Castle Library is a series. Book 2 just released about 2 months ago. Okay. I thought that sounded familiar. And Tabitha says, wow, that looks great. Thank you. And Carmen says, beautiful cardigan. Thank you. I started it. I don't remember if it was last year at this time or possibly in 2024, late 2024. But I know that I stalled on it last year when it started to get warm because it is wool and silk mohair and it's very warm. So I wasn't, with it being hot, I didn't want to have that in my lap. And I just picked it up again sporadically in the last couple of months. I did finish that cowl that I was working on. I still need to block it, but it is off the needle. So I thought I would pick this back up again and hopefully make some progress in these next couple of months while it's still cool enough to have that big ball of wool on my lap. And Jamie says, because of everything going on, I'm behind on my reading journal. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of tidying up to do for my 2025 journal for it to like be done. But I really want to set up this in January or this new journal for 2026 so that it's ready to go. And I want to set it up based on my experience with my reading journal last year. In 2024, I used the 52 book club journal. That was the first year that they had a printed one. And it actually worked pretty well. It didn't have everything that I wanted. That's why in 2025 I got the other reading journal. So I think I want to kind of look back at that journal and see what it had in it that worked well for me in 2024, and maybe I can incorporate some of that into 2026. I will be doing the 52 book club challenge again this year, but I will do like I did last year, just print off the prompts and include it in my reading journal, not buy the reading journal that they have available. Yeah, well, that's my plan. So we'll see how that goes. And Annie says, you're so talented to follow such a complicated knitting pattern. Annie, it's actually not really that complicated. There's not like really specialty stitches. Cables aren't too hard. I have my little cheat sheet right here. So the cable symbol is here, and then over here tells me what to do, like what to knit, what to purl, where to move the needle, and then the pattern. This is the main chart pattern. And then there's like other parts where you're doing like moss stitch and some other things, but it's not that hard. And Jamie says, love the cardigan. Yeah, you know what? When I cast it on, I love this color. My mom calls this color like puke yellow, but I love it. It's like just a mustardy gold yellow. But I love it so much. And I was able to get this silk mohair that's in so this is almost like a butter yellow. And then this is that puke yellow that my mom calls it. but together they just, look at this, it's so good. And it has that slight halo from the mohair, and oh, it's just so good. I can't wait for it to be done because it would like be perfect tonight, for cozy reading sprints. Yes. It's a little chilly today, not too bad. It's 57 right now. It's still only 4:20 here in California. So it will get cooler tonight, I think into the 40s. I know that for a lot of you, that's not cold. For me, that's cold. And it definitely warrants a cozy cardigan. All right, well, we are all caught up on the comments. So let's go ahead and get our first reading sprint started. And we'll do a 40-minute sprint if that's okay with everyone. And that will put us right at the top of the hour. So let's get going on that. And please let me know if that's too loud on that heavy rain. I love rain, so it's pretty good for me, but you let me know if it's bothersome and I can turn the volume down. Hello and welcome back. And Lucy has joined us and she'll be back on in a minute. Let's get some comments here and see how everybody did. And let's see. All right. Hey, Steve. He says, yay, sprints. And Susan, hello, says good evening all. Happy New Year. And Carmen spotted Lucy, says, hi, Lucy. And Lucy says, be right back. Carmen finished her book and she'll be back after a family Zoom prayer time. That is so special. We did that as a family every Sunday in 2020 when everything shut down. And it was really nice because not all of the family is close enough that we could get together in person very much. So it was nice to have that afternoon on a Sunday, that 45 minutes to an hour when family, no matter where they were, in California or in Utah, could all come together and have that time. So that's really nice, Carmen. Morgan said she read Genesis 8 through 10 and Psalms 1 through 5. Morgan, are you doing Kelly's Psalms study schedule? I'm going to be starting that today sometime, maybe in the last sprint, because I do really want to do that. And Katrina says, into chapter 4, three pages of graphs done. Cool deal. And Annie says, I'll be reading The Book Club for Troublesome Women by Marie Bostwick. I read that last year with one of my book clubs, and I was hesitant at first. I wasn't sure what I was getting into. It felt kind of like it was a lot of drama, but I really ended up really loving it. So I hope you enjoy it also. I was able to finish putting together my book journal. I just had it. There it is. So it does have 5 tabs. And so I decided I was going to do reading log, challenges, channel, TBR faves, and reviews, because it is one of my goals this year for any newer book to actually write a review and post it in Goodreads. So I have that tab there for that. And in the reading log, I have that reading tracker that's the bookshelf. And I have the just check off if you read tracker. And then I forgot I had these pages in this new one. It's book of the month, but it has space for you could do a little print, a little sticker of the book cover, and then write the information down here and your rating. So, and there's 12 of these pages, so one for each month. And I think each one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 12, 24 books. So front and back, 12 on each side, and then there's 12 pages. And I think that's just about right for my reading. It's a rare month that I read over 24 books, so definitely they would all fit in there. And then in the challenges, I put those challenge pages, and then I'm also going to be doing some of those blank dot grid pages and print out the different challenges. Let me know what challenges you guys are doing this year. I have a few different ones that are on my radar. I think I want to do Chantel's challenge, Alma's challenge, and Jeanette's challenge for sure. But let me know what other challenges are out there to see. I might add them to my year-long challenges. And then any monthly challenges will also go in there. And then in the channel, I just have some of the dot grid, but that has the cute little border here that matches the reading journal. And this is where I will be putting my video plans and what I plan, my channel plans and stuff. And then in the TBR faves, so I have pages for TBR, books to read. And then I have a book wish list. So this is where I'll put recommendations. And then I have my favorite books. And again, there's another one of those little shelves, but then also pages where you can list your favorites. And then the final tab is the reviews, and there's lots of these pages for reviews on here. So that is my 2026 journal. And hopefully that will work well for me this year. Hey, Lucy.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How's it going? How was
I just got home from work, so had to get a little settled. I'm here though. I'm doing okay. Work was kind of crazy.
Did you have a hot dog for lunch?
What?
Did you have a hot dog for lunch?
No. I did not. I had a corn dog.
Oh, hey, that's close.
Corn dog from the gas station on my way, but no, I did not have a hot dog. Kind of forgot it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. I actually was craving a hot dog really bad last night, and I was like, well, I think I have some in the freezer, but I was like, nah, it's all right. It's kind of late to be eating. I had already eaten, so I didn't, but I might have one for dinner tonight.
Yeah. Steve's setting up the printer, so if you hear a lot of loud noises, it's just him trying to connect our printer to the Wi-Fi, and it's being dumb. So
I just did it before I came on. I cleaned the black print head for my printer because I wanted to print out some of those challenges that I want to do to include them into my journal. But that black, it clogs up all the time. So I always have to clean it before I print. So yeah, I may be printing some stuff out during the next sprint. And Annie is going to be reading the book club for troublesome women. And she says she's liking it a lot too, which is nice. And Morgan says, I'm not. I'm currently in community Bible study, and the current curriculum is over the Psalms. I asked her if she was doing Kelly's Psalm schedule, but she's doing one from her community Bible study. And Jamie posted a couple of things to Instagram and got the animals fed, listened to a couple of chapters. Nice.
You have animals, Jamie? What animals do you have?
Annie's saying hi to Lucy, and Jamie is saying Lucy.
What? Hi.
And here's Humphrey, who has been leaving me alone quite a bit, but all of a sudden he has to be here.
Hi, Humphrey. Steve would love you. Look at him. Lover. Look at him. Look at his face. He's so
I know.
cute.
He's a cute cat.
He's so cute.
I wish my moms would still like me.
Aw. Okay, here we go. Katrina's doing Jeanette.
He's one of the kittens that is mad at me for leaving her to marry Lucy.
Aw. But you guys been married a while. And that cat's still mad at you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She hates us. She hates us.
Oh, no. So Katrina's doing Jeanette's challenge and Alma's challenge and Chantel's challenge. I need to check out Katrie's challenge and Cheryl's challenge.
Katrie was doing one.
I know, I didn't either, but I'm gonna check it out during this next sprint.
Cheryl's is a dinosaur one.
Oh, I think I kind of remember seeing something maybe on her Instagram, but I haven't watched or maybe it was just like a video title, but I haven't watched it to see what it is. And she's plotted it out to be 2 to 3 books a month, and it helps that she can shuffle the prompts in 3 challenges. Yeah, I saw, I went back and I watched Chantel's announcement for her challenge, and she was talking about that, how she has them all in months, but you can shuffle them around. So it doesn't matter, you don't have to do that prompt in January. You can move it around. So I think that makes it easier for those year-long challenges.
I think that's how Sheena's doing it too this year. So
And Jamie says she has a dog and as of just recently a cat, but both outside. That is fair. I have a friend that had a cat for many, many years, but it was always an outside cat. And she's like, I can't believe that you have barn animals inside your house. And I was like, cats are my family. They are not barn animals. But
Yep.
she was an outside pet person, which totally fair. All right. So what are you going to be working on today, Lucy?
I have a lot of things that I wanted to do tonight. I was going to film a video or two, and then I was also going to work in my start setting up my reading journal.
Mm-hmm.
But also I wanted to print a bunch of stuff out for said reading journal.
Yeah.
Which is why he's got the printer going. And then I also wanted to start reading. I wanted to jump on that. And then I have to find something that I lost and feel really bad about losing. That a friend made me, and I can't find it. So that's kind of my number one priority tonight, is to locate said item.
Okay. All right. I have a planner that I forgot I needed to finish some stuff on. So this is just my life planner. And I have a lot of tabs in there because I'm doing a lot. So it's like a Franken planner, if you guys have heard of that.
I know. I love Franken planning.
Yeah. So I have all of that I kind of want to go over. So I might do that in the second sprint. I did get in The Body in the Library by Agatha Christie. I got up to I'm in chapter 2, almost to the end of chapter 2. I have 24 seconds left of chapter 2. I said earlier that I'm going to be doing a Miss Marple project over this year on my channel. And The Body in the Library is the first full-length Miss Marple novel. So that's the focus for January. So I want to make sure that I get that reading done for that project. So I will be listening again in the next sprint, and then just kind of going over my planner to make sure it's organized in the way I want it to be organized. I'm not actually going to be doing any planning. I'll be doing my planning for each week on Sundays because the planner weekly starts on a Monday. So yeah, I think that's going to work for me that way. But I just want to make sure that everything is in the right place where I want it, so that on Sundays I can just plan my week and not still be trying to shuffle things around. If I get that done in the next sprint, then I have my knitting that I'll be working on, provided that Humphrey lets me. If he doesn't, then I will pause the audiobook and then I'll maybe read some Bleak House. I'm not much farther than I was the last time we talked about this. I'm on chapter 18 now, I think that's what it is. X53111 18. Yep. So that's my plans for the rest of tonight, and then maybe make.
I found a cute
dinner.
I have to eat too. Yes, I found a cute little winter rom-com.
Oh, what is it?
Like a Christian rom-com. It's called The Chalet Next Door by Cassandra Joel. And it's actually Christian. It's a Christian rom-com. It looks very... I always forget not to blind y'all. Look how cute.
Oh, it does.
So that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. I also have a collab with Kelly that I'm going to be starting.
Oh, nice.
As well. So
nice.
Yes. I'm excited.
That's it. So cool.
So yeah. I have a lot that I wanted to do after work today, but right now I just want to I don't want to do any of it, if I'm being honest.
Well, you need to find said lost object.
Yes.
So.
The bookmark that Cece made for my birthday last year.
Is it a pineapple?
Yeah, she like counter cross stitched it,
That's nice.
and she spent like 20 hours on it, and now I put it in a book, and I don't remember what book, and I gotta locate it because I'm feeling very paranoid about it. And
That I love that. That's this bookmark that I got too, that was cross stitched.
yep.
Yeah.
Hi,
Okay,
Humphrey,
Humphrey.
baby. Humphrey, 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 Humphrey.
He's biting the edge of the laptop.
He's
Come
like,
over here so people can see
hi,
you.
kitty,
They
kitty,
want to see you. They
hi,
want to
kitty,
see
kitty,
you.
kitty.
Look right here. Look right here. You know, cats are famous for doing what you ask, right?
Humphrey, you're so funny.
I know. I was like working on I have all my planning stuff right here next to me. And he, of course, has to like sit on top of the one thing that I need every time, you know. So it's my little cat. Let's see what else we've got going on over here in the chat. Jamie says, I've read a couple of books by Cassandra Joel. There you go, Lucy.
I hadn't even heard of her.
And hey, Cher is working
Hi, Cher.
on Waves on the Shore, Cal. I finished mine, and we'll start reading with her own hands. Where did I put mine? You know, I have to put away my stuff because otherwise Humphrey gets into them. Audrey, not so much. It's always Humphrey that's getting into things. But let me see. Look at this cute knitting bag. It's so fun.
That's so cute. That's so cute.
It's from this one is from a store in Truckee, California, and they participate every fall in the Sierra Nevada yarn crawl. So there's different stores that are open during a particular weekend and have like special sales and stuff like that. But
That's
here's
so
mine.
cute.
It sits upside down. So this is the pattern that Cher's working on, but with a different yarn.
It's so cute.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll just be a neck warmer.
Cute.
And you know what? I feel like I know that. Look at you with your husky blanket. Oh my goodness.
Isn't it so cute?
It is. Oh my
My
goodness.
friend gave me it for Christmas for 2024.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm
Oh.
obsessed. It's so cozy too.
Have you seen those? I forget what the website is, but they put your own dog's pictures on stuff like that.
Oh, I haven't. These are just random huskies. They're not mine, but
I know,
think-
but it'd be nice to have your gorgeous huskies on a blanket or on something. And Cher says yours turned out great. Thanks. I just finished it last night. I was trying to finish it in 2025 and just got it done. So that's it. So my current work in progress for knitting is that book club cardigan. Hopefully I'll get a chance to work on that some more. I was earlier when I was watching that Jane Austen documentary. So I did get a few rows in on that. And yeah. So
it's shameful. I don't know what happened to my reading journal from last year.
oh, well, maybe that's something you can run into when you're looking for the bookmark, because that's what happens to me. I'm looking for one thing and find something else that's been
I
missing.
literally think my plan of attack is going to be to just start over on this shelf here. This is my classics. And I'm just going to go book by book.
Yeah, and
then
go
come
through
to
them.
this one and go book by book. And then this one and go book by book.
Okay.
and then I'll tackle my desk, which has all of my cards for my birthday, because maybe it's still actually in. Maybe I actually put it back in the card that she sent me.
I feel like you've shown it before on sprints. So
Yeah, it's so cute. I love it so much. And she spent so much time. She's like, if you lost it, we're not friends anymore. I know she doesn't mean it, but I still want to find it.
Yes. And you're like, friendship restored. Here it is.
I didn't know this friendship was conditional. She's so sweet,
my goodness. It was so fun. Your sprints last night, all four. I missed Reese's. I didn't, I don't know I guess I was at work.
You were still at work, I think.
Yeah. Because I had just gotten in the door when I jumped on, and was it yours or was it, no, was it Christie's? It was Christie's. Yeah.
She's so stinking sweet. I hecking love her so much.
Yeah. That was fun. Those little questions you guys were asking were fun.
Then what about who's most likely to lock herself out of her own house?
Oh my goodness. Yes. And Reese the spy. Yeah.
Who fakes her own death.
Oh, yes. Yes, for sure.
He fakes her own death and then she becomes a spy.
Yeah.
She's so funny.
Mm-hmm. That was a lot of fun. My throat is drying out. I'm going to go make some tea. So I'm going to get another sprint started for us.
Yay.
And so let's go to 5 after, and that'll be just over 40 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm going to start my search. Ooh. It's so pretty.
changed. The dress she'd been dancing in, it was sort of pink, foamy thing with full skirts, was lying over a chair. Usually she kept the same dress on, unless it was the special dance night, Wednesdays that is. I'd no idea where she got to. We got the band to play one more foxtrot. Still no Ruby. So I said to Raymond I'd do the exhibition dance with him. Swollen this morning. Still Ruby didn't show up. We sat about waiting up for it. Two o'clock. Furious with her I was. Message from Denmark, but that was not the case. But he wanted to hear what Josephine Turner would say. She did not hesitate. She said, "No, I didn't." "Why not, Miss Turner?" Her eyes met his frankly. She said, "You wouldn't in my place." "You think not?" Josie said, "I've got my job to think about. The one thing a hotel doesn't want is scandal, especially anything that brings in the police. I didn't think anything would happen to Ruby. Not for a minute. I thought she just made a fool of herself about some young man. I thought she'd turn up all right." "Ah, yes, I see. It was a Mr. Jefferson who went to the police. One of the guests staying at the hotel?" "What made this Mr. Jefferson do?" Josie was stroking the cuff of her jacket. There was a constraint in her manner. Again, Hannah Melchett had a feeling that something was being withheld. She said, rather solemnly, "He's an invalid. An invalid, I mean." Melchett was one. He asked, "Who was the young man with whom you last saw your cousin dancing?" "His name's Bartlett. He'd been not especially, I'd say. Not that I knew, anyway." Again, a curious note of anger in her voice. "What does he have to say?" "Said that after their dance, Ruby went upstairs to powder her nose. That was when she changed her dress." "I suppose so." "And that is the last thing you know. After that, she just vanished," said Josie. "That's right." "Did Miss Keene know anybody in St. Mary Mead or in this neighborhood?" "I don't know. She may have done. You see, quite a lot of young men come into Danemouth for the Majestic from all around about. I wouldn't know where they lived unless they happened to mention it." "Did you ever hear your cousin mention Gossington?" "Gossington?" Josie looked patently puzzled. "Gossington Hall." She shook her head. "Never heard of it." Her tone carried conviction. There was curiosity in it, too. "Gossington Hall."
You're not muted, hon.
Her body.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry for not muting myself, but my computer is old and it kicked me off of StreamYard when I was trying to download Chantel's graphic. So I went back into it and forgot to mute myself. So I am so sorry.
Oh, you're okay. I just didn't know if you would see a text because you were pretty invested in your story.
I
So
did. And you sent one and Cher sent one. So I got double barreled there, but yeah. And I appreciate it though, because yeah, I didn't realize that I hadn't muted myself. Steve says I'd fake my death though. It would be to see who shows up to the funeral. And Jamie says, yay, she found it. Did you find it? Because I wasn't looking at the screen. Yay! You can be friends with Cece now again. And there's Lucy. Where did M go? Yeah.
it was in a John Grisham book.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Did you
Yeah.
finish that book?
No.
Okay.
It was A Time to Kill that it was in, and I didn't finish that one.
Morgan read Genesis 11 to 13 and 1 John 1 to 5. Good reading. Jamie says we are hearing someone's audio. That was me. That was my Agatha Christie book. And Cher says it was like story time while the audiobook was playing.
It was cute, and I'm sorry for the jump scare. I didn't mean to I hope it wasn't rude of me to be like, "Hey, Em, your audio."
No, I would have appreciated it right at the beginning too, because I'm sure it played for a while, and now I'm wondering if that's gonna get me copyrighted on this. All right, but we do what we can.
We do, and it's okay. It's okay. It was like story time with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Katrina says, making my other challenges into bingo boards. My daughter shuffled the placement of prompts on the board. Oh, that's fun. That is super fun. I have purchased an Agatha Christie bingo, which I may be doing sometime this year on my channel. I'm not sure yet how I'm going to do that. I was thinking that I would see if people wanted to play along. I can assign numbers to the different bingo boards and then have the bingo boards up and tell people which number they get. And then we can play bingo. I think that would be fun. And so I'll need it.
It's your own readathon, kinda.
Well, that's just bingo. But I am going to be doing Marple project, Miss Marple project. So I'm starting this month in January, and I'll do a video about it, of what my project is. But what I want to do is to read each of the Miss Marples and watch the adaptations, and then just kind of talk about how close they are, what I enjoyed and stuff like that. So if anybody wants to read along in January, I'm going to be doing The Body in the Library, which is a snip of what you heard when I didn't know my audio was on. And so that's the book for January that I will be doing a video on. But if you all want to read it and give me your thoughts on that too, that would be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry, my cousin, we're going to Disneyland next month as a family, and she's texting me important things that I need to take care of before we finalize our plans.
Mm-hmm.
And Annie got to 30%. That's great. I obviously was listening to my book. Y'all heard I got into the middle of chapter 5, and we know Lucy found her bookmark. And what else are you working on?
Well, I printed off one of the printables for the reading challenge. We'll see how much ink lasts. I'm not doing. It's going to be really weird this year with reading challenges because there are so many of them, and there's no way I can participate in every single one. So, and because I'm like taking kind of a step back from YouTube this year, not like in the way I'm planning to do a whole video talking about it, but like I need to focus on the move. I need to focus on getting my house ready because the projects aren't happening as quickly as I want them to. And so if we're going to be ready by August to have the house listed, I need to reprioritize some things. And so it's just going to be a shift. The focus of my channel is mostly going to be sprints. That's not changing at all, but like just like the full length pre-recorded content and stuff like that is going to be less. I do want to try to do more like wrap ups because I only did one wrap up in 2025. And so I would like to try to do at least like one a quarter or something like that just to touch base. But the readathons and the reading challenges are something that I'm just going to have to take a little bit of a step back on. Not completely like not participating, but just like not, it's going to be more of like I'm passively participating. So like I'll have them printed and I'll have them in my journal, but like I won't be like actively trying to get a blackout on each one. Like as I read books, if it fits a prompt, great. But I'm kind of going to just go a little easier on myself, and things don't happen in order. They don't happen in order. I'm just going to kind of have fun with it and participate where I can. Elma had a really cool spinning thing. Did you see her TBR? So what she did is, because there are 3, I think, that she really wanted to participate in. So hers, and then Jeanette's, and then her husband Ken has one, and she wanted to do all 3 of those. But then she has lots of other friends who are doing them. So she has a spinner wheel on her phone with everyone's challenges. And so every month she's going to spin the wheel, and whoever it lands on that month, she'll do the prompt for that readathon for that month.
Oh, that's cool.
And then she'll eliminate it.
Good idea.
Yeah, and that way she can at least participate a little bit. So I'm thinking I might do something similar to that. I don't know if I'm going to do a spinner wheel or if I'll just put everyone's names in a jar and every month draw a name. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I want to have fun with it. I want to try to, I want to at least do what I can, but I also don't want to stress out over it either. And there's like I said, there's no way I can do everybody's. So, but I want to get them all printed off so that they're all at least in my journal, and I can still keep track because I need to be more organized this year. I just need to be.
Last year, I did the same thing with the readathons. Like I was reading what I wanted to read and then looking at what I read over the month and filling the prompts, which is fine because it was less stress, but also then like it took me, like I was a month behind in doing my graphic and getting it posted and stuff like that. And I don't think I even did like a video wrap up of any of the ones that I participated in. So I am going to try to do better on that. And I kind of like messed up the comments. I'm going to go back, and Annie got to 30%. Katrina is saying that one of the free space boxes says I'm free. That is really cute. Your daughter did a good job. And hey, Chrissy, she says, hello, friends, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Yes. Good to see ya.
Yay.
And Steve read one page.
Hey,
that's
one
good.
Page is one page. It's still progress.
That is correct.
Progress.
And Jamie says, hey, Chrissy, Happy New Year. Yes, we are excited that Chrissy's in the comments. And yeah, so y'all heard I was reading my book. I did get the one printout done for Chantel's thing. I'm trying to size it because, you know, it's like letter size, but I'm shrinking it down so that I can trim it and put it into my book journal, which is not 8.5 by 11. So
Yeah.
that worked out. I downloaded Alma's, but I still need to print it. And then what was the other one that I said I was doing? Chantel's, Alma's. Oh my gosh. Mile. I mean, okay. Who else has a challenge? It wasn't Cheryl's because I didn't know about it, and it wasn't K-Tree's, but I want to check those out. Who else has a yearly challenge? Oh, Jeanette. Jeanette's. So I need to do Jeanette's too. Oh my gosh, you guys all just saw my dementia moment. Christy says, "Hi, Jamie. Happy New Year to you." And Steve says, "I should make a Rita song where everyone reads something that has to do with Huskies and green." Huskies and green.
His favorite color is green.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, green, green, green.
Read-along or readathon, I think is what he was saying.
Instead of
Readathon.
read a song,
Yeah, because he does a lot of voice text.
readathon that has something to do with Huskies and green. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Huskies and green. I'm sure you could do it. I'm sure you could figure something out for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we know Annie got to 30%. Did we already go over everybody else's? Morgan, we got hers. I don't know. How's everybody else doing with what they're sprinting on? I'm feeling very productive, but I also...
That whole sprint, I literally looked through that whole shelf. I looked through this whole shelf, and it was on the very bottom of the second shelf in the first book.
Well,
like,
there you
yes,
go.
I found it. And Steve was like starting over here, and we were going to meet in the middle. But I knew it had to either be like a John. I don't know why I started over here because I didn't read any classics really, but I knew it had. I was kind of in the back of my mind. I was like, I bet it's either in a John Grisham book or in a Christian fiction because that's what I was reading this summer when she gave it to me. So, but you know, y'all know Lucy doesn't always have common sense. Hence locking herself out of her house.
That's funny. That's so funny. I locked myself out of my parents. Well, when I first moved up here to Northern California was shortly after my parents moved up here. So I moved in with them until I could get my own place. And I locked myself out, and they were out of town. Well, they were out of state. And so I went to the neighbor's house to... Why did I go to the neighbor's house? Oh, because it was like pre-iPhone. So I went to her house to get her phone book so I could call a locksmith. And she called my parents and kind of like gave them a lecture about not having a spare key so that I could get into the house because they didn't have a spare key like hidden somewhere so that I could get in. And I had to pay a locksmith to come and let me into the house. But yeah, it was really funny. I have locked myself out then. See,
that's funny.
I'd like to know what everybody's like one goal that everybody has for this year reading, if you're doing any type of goal. So I talked about mine, my 100 book and 50 book challenge. What are you all planning as far as goals? And just one, if you want to mention, I'd like to know. Cher only has 12 more rows to go. It'll go by fast, Cher. It'll go by fast.
It will.
And Cher says, I locked myself out of my car and Em was with me. Oh my goodness. I don't remember. I've known Cher for 26 years now. Well, it'll be 26 years next month. Not 26, 21 years next month. And I don't remember, Cher. When was it? Were we out shopping?
So
Were
funny.
we in Santa Clara
That's
or
so
Reno?
funny.
That's so funny.
It is hilarious.
Oh, was it when we were at the Sierra Nevada Yarn Crawl with Sarah? I think that was not that long ago. At Stitches in yes, it was the Target parking lot with Sarah. But that's funny. I remember now. Oh my
That's so
goodness.
funny.
Ugh. I don't remember how it was resolved. You'll have to remind me, Cher. But yeah, so do you have one reading goal that you want to share?
I set my Goodreads goal for 50 for 2026.
Oh, okay.
Normally I do 100 and I'm always just like 20 shy. And so every year I'm like, I'm going to do it this year. I'm going to do it this year. I'm going to do it this year. But because of how crazy busy it's going to be, I read 75 books in 2025.
That's great. That's great.
And so, yeah, I was 25 short of my goal. But I have a feeling I'm going to be reading even less this year, just again, because of the move and because I'm going to be intentionally trying to slow down a little bit with the reading, trying to intentionally read slower and be more purposeful with the books I read. I'm going to be reading off my bookshelf as much as I possibly can this year because the fewer books I have on my shelf, the fewer books I have to move. And so I really want to kind of read through some of these that I'm like, do I even need to keep that? And so I have plans. I have plans for my bookshelves and like TBRs and things like that, but it's got to be more focused. It's got to be more intentional because I don't want to move all of this with me. I really don't. Because most of this has been sitting in this house since we bought it 8 years ago, and I just don't want to move it again. I don't.
I get you.
I don't.
I would hate to think of moving at this moment because it's a lot. It's a lot. And at least you have Steve and you guys can work on that together.
Yeah.
My Goodreads, that is actually something that I really want to work on this year. I have a personal Goodreads that's linked to my Amazon. So anytime I read anything on Kindle, it will update that for me. But I have a Goodreads that's for my channel. And I'm so bad at like putting the books that I read. But that's one of my goals this year is to, on my channel Goodreads, to put in all the books that I read and rate, and especially the ones that I'm going to do reviews on, and to put them on there so that there's something on that profile. Because I did set a goal, and according to Goodreads, I didn't make it because I didn't log the books that I read.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one goal that I have. Steve's goal is 16 books in 2026. Other goals, better with money. That's always a goal for me. And Annie says she locked herself out of her car while it was running and I was scraping the windshield. The car was parked on a sideways slant and it shut by itself. Then the engine revved when it warmed up. So I will get let's see here. Called the fire department. And of course, the street was filled with people in a few minutes. That to me was a clue that people follow fire engines because the onlookers were not even our neighbors. Oh my goodness. Hi, Paige. Welcome. And Chrissy says, a few goals, reading off my shelves. I won't be setting a reading book goal for number of books. It was too much pressure. Do better about uploading my reviews on Fable. No more Goodreads in 2026. That's interesting. I have not checked out Fable. I hear a few people talking about it and how they like it much more than Goodreads, but I don't know how it works. And like I said, I'm still just trying to get my head around Goodreads. So I don't think I'll be trying
100%.
Fable this year.
Same.
Yeah. All right. So let's we're at the bottom of the comments, so maybe let's head into another sprint. Do math in my head. I think 30, 35 would be 5 after again. So let's sprint till 5 after. And I will make sure I'm on mute. Oh, look, the banner's still on there. I didn't take it off. Great. All right, we'll see you guys at 5 after. Alrighty, we are back. And I actually got all my printouts done that time.
Yay.
So, all these reading challenges.
I couldn't get Jeanette's to print without getting cut off. See how like the top is cut off and then the bottom got cut off?
I hope this is a good size. I thought I set the settings right. Let me compare it to a page here. What I did was I opened it in Canva and then shrunk it. Yeah, and it'll fit. So this is like the size of my page and it just fits in there. I shrunk it just enough.
Nice.
So yeah, it took me a while to figure that out, how to do that in Canva. But I got Alma's printed out, Cheryl's, K-Tree's, Jeanette's, and then I had already had Chantel's printed out. So those are 5-year-long challenges. I'm kind of excited for that because that's just like one book a month. And then I know that January is the epistolary one. What else is going on in January as far as just a month-long challenge?
I don't know. I think Molly said something, or did someone said something?
I know Molly mentioned one, but I don't remember if that was a year-long one or if that was just a January one. Annie says she does an online book club. If I think I will like the book, but I don't have goals except clearing off books on my Kindle. That's a good goal. Those stuff your Kindle days, there was just one the other day. I end up getting usually a good handful of ebooks. But I need to get to reading them. And
Are you not doing,
the page says I want.
Are you not doing Oshina's this year?
I haven't done hers before because I'm not a big romance reader. So I haven't checked hers out. Paige says I want to read my shelf, and a non-book goal is to not use the microwave. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, you'll have to let us know how that goes. I don't think I could do that.
I use my stove and my air fryer a lot, but I do use my microwave. So I don't know if I could not use it. I mean, there's alternate things, but yeah, for around Thanksgiving, we were at my cousin's house most of the week and her microwave went out. And so we were just trying to do simple stuff. And it's like, oh, well, there's no microwave to heat up the leftovers. So we need to heat them all up on the stove. And that was kind of a big old pain. Hey, Kelly. She says, hi, everyone. And Steve's ratting you out. I think Lucy is falling asleep.
I will plead the fifth.
Okay. No worries. Chrissy says, good night, Em and Lucy. Thank you for sprints. Love you to life. Love you too, Chrissy. Thank you for coming by.
Love you.
Yes. Katrina says, halfway through chapter 6. Good job. Jamie is making her bed. She had to change her sheets. Nice, fresh sheets. Isn't that nice when you change your sheets and then you take a bath and you put on clean pajamas and then everything is just so
clean,
so fresh. Yes. Jamie says, that is how I did it as well. I don't have a standard journal size. Yeah.
I don't know how to resize things in Canva.
So I just picked like a flyer and then a blank portrait. And then I just dropped the image in there and like sized it.
Oh.
And Steve says, awesome, Katrina. Morgan read Romans. She's just flying through this. She read Romans 1 through 5. My goal is to go to the library more to check out physical books instead of reading mostly ebooks through Libby. Yeah, that's a good goal because I was trying the other day. I wanted to go to the library on my way home, but I had another errand that I had to run that was more pressing, so I didn't go. And it got me thinking, though, when was the last time that I physically went to the library? And I don't know that I did at all in 2025. I know for sure in 2024 I did because I was doing that 52 book challenge. And there was like a couple of books that I couldn't get through Libby. So I went to the library to fit those prompts, but I don't think that I did that in 2025. That's sad because I love libraries. I grew up going to the library. And Steve says, need to make our bed too. And 1 page from finishing chapter 12. Good job.
I did read that time. I did get a chapter read in Pleading the Fish.
Oh, good.
So I'm on chapter 4 now. So
Are you
I did.
still enjoying it?
I am.
Okay,
I am. And I was only had 5 minutes left, and I didn't think I could finish another chapter, so that's why I put it down, and then I got cozy under my blanket and started nodding off. But I need to read.
That's fine. This is Cozy Reading Sprints. Jen is doing January. Sense and Sensibility is the group read. I'm going to have to check that out because that Jane Austen documentary really stoked up my desire to read some Jane Austen. And I think I read Sense and Sensibility in 2024, so it's been a while since I read that one. Carmen says, I'm reading Pearl in the Sand for Alma's, and I made it to page 16 that sprint. Good job. And Jamie says, hey, Kelly. And Cher says, did you see Yarnaceous Monthly Yarn and Book Club? It looks fun, and you can do a subscription or monthly. I'm going to have to check that out because yarn and books is totally, yes.
Exactly you. And what size did you use?
I used the flyer portrait, and then because of the size of my book journal, I shrunk it down no wider than 6.5 and no taller than 8.5. So just depending on what the original aspect was of the photo, I would pick whichever one of those it got to first, and that's where I would print it, or I'd leave it there and then I'd save it and then print it. And Jamie's asking if I'm going to be doing the 52 book challenge this year. Yes, I am. And I considered getting the journal. I decided not to get the journal, but they have the kids side challenge. I think I'm going to get that journal for my nephews in Southern California and send that to them. And Katrina says, I'm at the library a few times a month. I keep requesting books. I don't have the time to read. Aw. And Jamie says, I use custom size. Another tip for you, Lucy. And Teresa says, hello, I'm new here. Sorry I missed all the sprints. Or are you still doing more? I'm reading Agatha Christie. Great. Which Agatha Christie are you reading? And I think we'll be doing at least one more sprint. Yep. And welcome, Teresa. And Annie says, do you know who sends the email from Jen's group? I think I deleted it by mistake, so now I won't have the link for the discussion. And I'm also planning to do Kat's Biblical Fiction Challenge. I'll have to check that out and see what that is. I am going to be doing the read-along that Kay's Library is doing of The Hobbit. So I ordered my book. It should be in a couple of days. And it's like a 6-week time period for that, and then she'll go into the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring for another 6 weeks, and then Two Towers, and then Return of the King. So 6 weeks for each one of those. So I am planning in participating in that. And Morgan is participating in Whitney's Give Me Jesus challenge this month. And I need help from others to complete 2 of the prompts. I'm going to have to go check hers out during this next sprint. I didn't get any reading done on that one, by the way, because I was in YouTube trying to get to the printouts and stuff. So that's all I did last time. So I will check out Whitney's on the next one. And then Steve says, hi, Teresa. And Teresa is reading Crooked House. And yes, it's a standalone. Is this your first time reading it, Teresa, or have you read it before? That's one of the ones that I do reread, not as often as others. But yeah, that's one that I do more frequently than there's some of her books that I don't rarely pick up for a reread unless it's like part of the Read Christie challenge, but Crooked House is one that I do. Morgan says one prompt is friend chooses and the other is buddy read. I'll buddy read with you, Morgan. And Jamie says, I just know it's Jen's reading life. Maybe there's a link on her channel. And Jamie says, is that Kat's Novel Adventures? And Morgan says the books of the Bible already on the bingo board include Genesis, Acts, James, and Revelation. Nice.
I'm so lost. Y'all talking about a Bible bingo?
I think that's Whitney's challenge.
Give me this.
Mm-hmm. And Jamie says, hi, Teresa. So yay, welcome, Teresa. And she says it's her first time reading it and her second standalone. She usually reads Poirot. Very nice. There is a podcast that they watched all of the David Suchet Poirot episodes and did like commentary on them. And they've finished now, but then they started over and they're picking and choosing episodes. And that's while they were doing that, I was reading the book or listening to the audiobook and then watching the episode and listening to their commentary. I like to do things like that where you're like really immersed in something. Oh gosh, can you guys hear Humphrey? He's like meowing at shadows down the hallway. And Jamie says, yes, Kat's Novel Adventures. And Steve says, Teresa, what are your favorite books to read? And Annie says, Jamie, thank you. And Teresa says, hi, everyone. I recognize some of you from other sprints. And Steve says, cute cat. All right. Lucy, are you sleeping? Are you going to be leaving us this sprint?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I will give you some time to sleep and we can start another sprint. And let's see, Morgan says, besides the books I mentioned, which book of the Bible do you want to buddy read? I'll go back and look at your list and I will let you know when we get back from sprints what books I would be interested in buddy reading with you. And we can set that up. So exciting. I might send you a message on Instagram during this next sprint. All right, let's get into this. To the top of the hour. All right. We are back, and I got my buddy read all sorted.
Yay!
I think that's where we left off. Morgan, we were discussing that, and then Steve suggested James or Titus. I think Titus is very appropriate. Teresa said she mostly reads mystery thriller, but I read a variety. I don't care too much for fantasy, and I'll be reading Wilkie Collins at the end of the month. Dead Secret. Very cool. I've only read a couple of Wilkie Collins, just The Woman in White and The Moonstone.
Mm.
And Steve says, nice, Teresa. And then I was just letting y'all know that I was going to go eat dinner.
What did you eat?
I had, so yesterday I'd gone to McDonald's to pick up a cheeseburger and some fries. And when I got back to the office, one of my coworkers had bought some pizza. So I just brought my cheeseburger and fries home, and I just heated them up in the air fryer so that, well, the fries in the air fryer so they would crisp up. The hamburger in the microwave.
I want McDonald's.
So Morgan is going to use Titus for the friend to choose his prompt. So yay, Morgan.
Hey, Morgan.
And Steve says, you are welcome, Morgan. And Sammy took a nap at 8 and just woke up. I forget where Sammy is. Is she East Coast? Wait, Wisconsin? Is that where she's? Where did she say? Remember, she said
Michigan.
where she was?
I think she's in Michigan.
Michigan? Okay, so, yep. And Steve is saying good nap, Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
Carmen made it to page 39. Katrina cuddled into bed and is reading her physical book, The Silver Sword, and she's on page 229 of 388.
Mm-hmm.
And Morgan read Revelation 1 and 2. And Sammy said, I fell asleep 3 hours ago, and she's in Eastern. Yeah. And Cher says she's been craving a hamburger. And Greg just went to get In-N-Out. Yeah, I would have preferred
McDonald's.
But by my work, unless I drive, the only things that I can choose to eat from are Subway, McDonald's, Chinese food restaurant, and Jim Boy's Tacos. That's it. Everything else I have to drive to get to. And if I leave the parking lot, then I might not get my spot back when I get back. So I don't. I either bring my lunch or I eat at one of those places. But yeah, In-N-Out would have been really good.
We don't have that here, I don't think.
I think it was just in California for a really long time, but I know there's some in Utah now. There might be some in Nevada, but I think it's pretty much west. Also, I started trimming the pages that I printed out so that I could mount them on that dot grid paper to put in my journal. So
Nice.
I'll be working on that. I listened to more of my Agatha Christie, and I'm on chapter 6 now. 2 minutes short of the end of chapter 6. So making some good progress on that. There's just 22 chapters in that. I have about 4 hours left in the audiobook, so I won't finish it tonight, but it'll be close. Are you all snuggling up and ready to go to sleep, Miss Lucy?
I'm so tired and I don't know why.
Well,
This is so early for me.
Right.
This is so early for me.
It's not. It's 10 over there.
That's early for me. I'm never in bed before midnight, like ever. I read 27 pages in that the Chalet Next Door book.
Uh-huh.
And I just needed to read one more page, and that would have been the first chapter.
Oh,
That's a
nice.
long chapter.
How are
27
you liking
pages.
it though?
It's okay. It's,
Mhm.
I mean, the writing isn't great, but it's not
Yeah.
like, it's not terrible. I kind of want to go back to Pleading the Fish, but I
Oh,
also read a couple pages in Two Towers
oh,
because I'm
nice. Very
trying to
nice.
physically finish that one this
That's so
month.
good. I'm so proud of you for making progress in that series.
I am so mad because I couldn't find the Andy Serkis version of the second half of book 2. So I'm just going to read it until I can muster up the energy to go to the library to see if I can get the.
Mhm.
But
Steve says all of those places sound amazing. They are all pretty good, but you kind of get tired of the same thing. I usually take my lunch, but if I'm in a hurry and don't have time to pack a lunch, or if I don't have anything to pack, then I'll eat at one of those places. And Lucy Share says she'll mail you some In-N-Out. And Jamie says In-N-Out is spreading this way. Texas has some. Okay, well, maybe it'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
And Sammy says, I was reading Meeting Her Match by Jen Toronto before I fell asleep. I haven't read any Jen Toronto, but again, I don't read a lot of romance only books. Like if it's a historical romance, I'm more likely to read it than a contemporary romance. And Sky, hello. Just started Shutter Island by Dennis Lehane. Shutter Island, I think, might be a little too scary for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I do I mean, I like John Grisham thrillers. Audrey. I haven't taken down the little Christmas tree and she's still trying to chew on it. Katrina says, Lucy, I'm tired earlier than usual too. I've got a hot water bottle on my feet, so I'll have to say that was my last sprint. Well, Katrina, have a great evening and I hope you get some good rest. A hot water bottle sounds great. I don't have one, but I do have warmies. So this is my Christmas warmie, my little gingerbread girl. And so you can put them in the microwave for like a couple of minutes and then they're just warm and you use them like a hot water bottle. It's my little ginger girl. I just love her face.
She's so cute.
Cute, huh?
I could use a wormy right now because I have cramps.
Oh, yeah, so good. So good for that. And like, because I get real tension, pain in my neck, and that's like really good for loosening up those muscles too.
Mm-hmm.
And Annie got to 41%. Good job.
Yay.
And Jamie says there isn't an Andy Serkis version of the third book, at least that I could find last year. Well, that's a shame.
That's sad.
And Sky says smiley face. Or is it a smiley or a wink? I can't tell.
It's a smiley. It's a smile.
And Sammy says, I hope In-N-Out comes to Michigan. I'd love to try some.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamie says, I need that gingerbread warmie. She's pretty cute.
So
There's like a boy version too, but I just thought her little bow was so cute. The boy one has, instead of these heart buttons, just has round buttons, but otherwise it's like the same. Like if you took this off, that's the boy one, except with a round. But I just thought she was so cute. So I had to have her. Yeah. All right. Okay, so how's everyone feeling out there? Do we want to do another sprint in a few minutes? What else have I got to share? You have anything you want to share, Lucy?
I don't think so. I did not get anything done that I wanted to get done except for finding my bookmark. I'm very happy I found my bookmark.
Okay, well, I'm very happy for you too.
And I think I would like to keep reading. I want to just finish this chapter, and then I'm probably going to go back to Pleading the Fish.
Okay. Well, if you want to jump off, that's totally fine. Just jump off when you want. I am going to see, because Steve says, so Jamie says, where do you find such a thing? And Steve says the boy one should have had a bow tie. And now I'm thinking that maybe he did have a bow tie. So I'm trying to find it.
Jamie, we get them at TJ Maxx. We had little warmies.
No,
at
the
TJ
boy
Maxx.
one doesn't have. Ooh,
Spin to win.
the boy one doesn't have a bow tie.
He
But that would have been a cute idea.
That
So
would have been really cute.
they're like all over. I've seen them at the Hallmark store. I got this one. There was like a vendor fair that I went to, and one of the vendors had like a gift shop, and that was one of the things there. They're around $30, but their website is warmies.com, and they usually have a sale on there. But yeah, they're like all over the place, and I'm sure that there's other brands, but that's the one that I've used. And Katrina says, not the gumdrop buttons. And Steve says he can do another sprint.
Mm-hmm.
And Morgan says she still needs to read Genesis 17 to 22, so she can stick around if we sprint again. And Sammy says the bow tie is a missed opportunity. I agree. However, it wouldn't be that hard to like make a bow tie for them. But yeah, that would have been super cute. I do love. This was the first Warmies that I got, and this was in Christmas of 2024, somewhere around there, maybe November. But since then, I have an owl and a bobcat and a turtle. And I think I have one more, but those are the ones that I can remember. So I bring her out for Christmas, but then throughout the rest of the year, I have a different one out.
We get them at TJ Maxx, and they're like $15 to $20.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to go check it out. Jamie, go
And
check
they
it
had
out.
a husky one last year, and I missed that opportunity. It was so cute. She looked just like Bella.
Like I said, they usually have a sale that's like buy one, get one 50% off, or buy two, get one free, and stuff like that. But yeah, $15 at TJ Maxx. I'll have to check that out. And Jamie says that she collects gingerbread stuff. Jamie, I don't know if I have your address. If you want to send it to me on Instagram, like message me, I will send you a gingerbread something. Not a Warmie. That Warmie's mine, but I'll send you a gingerbread something.
That Warmie is mine, she said.
That's right. And Carmen can stay if we're doing another one. And Katrina says the boy should have had one short leg and a cane. Like Gingy. Mean little short men stealing buttons. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. And Jamie says, I see the Zon has them. I'll have to look through. The closest Max is a couple of hours away. What is the Zon? Amazon. Okay, duh.
Oh, see the
Man.
Bezos. Bezos.
The Bezos, yeah. That's what Amanda says, right? What is Bezos doing to her?
Bezos, do better.
Okay. Do better.
Do
Yeah, she
better,
says that a
Bezos.
lot because her books, I feel so bad, huh? I did get a book an Agatha Christie book, one of those seasonal ones, that said it was new, and I ordered it and it took forever to come. And then when it did, it was dirty and it had like a price sticker on the back of it.
Oh,
And
no.
so, yeah, so I like said I was going to return, I wanted to return it for a refund. Well, they gave me a refund, but they're like, don't return it. So, so I cleaned it up and I took the sticker off, but I feel bad, but I ordered a new one and they charged me for a new one. So
How
I
dare.
don't know. That must have been, I'm sure that was like a third party seller that maybe didn't describe the book as they ought to have. And Jamie says, we're about to get one an hour away. We do have a Marshall's an hour away already. Well, that's cool. TJ, the place that I live, well, not exactly my town, but the next town over gets like all the stuff. My town gets some things, but the other one, like, I'm like 2 blocks away from the other town that's next door to me. But they have, yeah, that's funny, huh? Where I grew up, like the next town was 15 minutes away. Like my town ended, there was nothing, and then there was like another town 15 minutes away. Or half an hour away, depending on which direction you went. But this here, like the towns are so close together. Like to get to my cousin's house, it's like a half hour to 40-minute drive, depending on traffic. I pass 5 towns and go into a whole nother county. So it's really crazy. But the town next to me gets all the shopping stuff. It gets like all the chains that are like new. So like we got a Crumble like pretty soon after they started like spreading out. Just like everything that you can think of, that town next to me like gets all the stuff, which is really convenient for me because I don't have to drive far to get anything. And Sammy says a couple of books I've ordered from Amazon were damaged. Yeah, that's not cool. And Annie says that happened to me with thrift books. If the book is disgusting, they just say discard it and send another one. I'm always hesitant to buy used books because I have ordered things that were used, and I'm not opposed to previously owned things, but it came in and it smelled like cigarette smoke, and that I just cannot have. I don't want my house to smell like that. I don't want it to make other things in my house smell like that. So I just can't when that is. So I always hesitate before I buy anything from thrift books or from Pango, even sometimes, unless I know who the seller is and that they say that they're a non-smoker, then I will go ahead and buy. But yeah.
I will always do new off Amazon. But I will go to like half price.
Yeah,
or
me
thrift
too.
store or something and do like Goodwill. I'll get books and stuff. But
Well, yeah,
yeah,
because you can
online
see
it's
them,
always
right? Yeah.
questionable.
Mm-hmm.
They have to specifically say smoke-free home.
Right. And Jamie says we're an army town, but we have nothing. We have to drive 1 hour to shop, 30 minutes from where I work. I actually don't go often though because it's the most dangerous city in Louisiana. Ooh, that's not good. I live near Sacramento, and I don't think Sacramento is dangerous, but it is definitely not my speed. I'm the town that I was born and raised in. It's a bigger town in California. It's like probably like one of the top 10 biggest towns, but maybe even like top 5. But it had a very small town feel to it. And so Sacramento, even though it's not like San Francisco or Los Angeles, it's still like too busy for me. So I don't like to drive into Sacramento. Also, you have to pay for parking, and I'm not down with that. And Annie says, I can't tolerate that either, but I can read those smelly ones outside or on our screen porch. I feel like maybe I have, but I know at work when we get stuff through the mail and it smells like smoke, I will make a photocopy and then shred the smoky smelling one. Because I just, yeah. And it's funny because when I was in my 20s, I had a lot of friends that smoked and they smelled like smoke, but it didn't bother me back then, but it does now. And Sammy says, I buy mostly online used books, but I've never had one that was smelly, if that makes you feel better. Well, that's awesome. And Jamie says, I buy used, but I am careful. Yeah, like I said, I've bought books from Pango and they've been fine. But I'm always like hesitant. And I've bought books from thrift books and those have been fine. I like thrift books because you can find a lot of, I wouldn't say unpopular, but I guess not as widely available books, and they're not a bad price. So I do like to look that over, but then I always try to see, is there anywhere that it says that it's non-smoking? Or I guess thrift books, does it come directly from them? Like, do they have a warehouse, or is it sellers like Pango that are selling from their home? I don't know.
I've never bought from either one, so I don't know.
All right, so let us get into our final sprint, and we will go to the top of the hour, and then we'll just wrap up after that.
Yay.
All right, and we are back from that final sprint. Lucy did leave. I believe she put a comment or two in there, so let's get to those. Okay. So Sammy says that Thrift Books is a warehouse, not directly from sellers, so that's good to know. I do tend to trust that a little bit because I'd feel that they would be able to check the books and stuff before they listed them. And Annie says, someone sent me a book that was in their library and it had book mites. Oh no, they are bugs so small they look like a speck, but then they start moving. So always check used books for those. Wow. Book mites, that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Hey, Kay. She was in. And Jamie says, hey, Kay. And then Lucy says, sorry, friends. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. I'm so sleepy. It's probably because of the time of month. I love you all. See you soon. And Sammy says, hi, Kay. Bye, Lucy. All right. You guys, this was such a productive sprint session for me. I got to chapter 8, almost the end of chapter 8, so about 1 minute and 3/4 seconds of left to end chapter 8. So that leaves me about 3.5 hours in the book. So I should be able to finish that tomorrow, no problem. I got all of my challenges and readathons printed out and trimmed. I still need to stick them to the dot grid paper that has the punches for my planner. So I'll probably do that tonight if I can find my good glue stick, or I might use some dot runner adhesive. Get those all in, and then I feel like I'm all set and ready to go. I can go ahead and list Agatha Christie, The Body in the Library is the first book that I started this year. I'll put today's date for the start, and then whenever I finish it, hopefully tomorrow, I'll put the end date, and then I have a little printer, a pocket printer, so that I can print out the cover and put it in my book journal. And yeah, so I'm super excited for this reading year. I'm super excited for the few plans that I have for my channel. I will be doing sprints as I can on Thursdays, unless I'll be out of town or it's a holiday. I will be doing some sprints on Thursdays, usually 4:30. Unless I happen to be off, then I might up it to 4 p.m. Pacific time. But 4:30, that gives me time to get off work and get home from work and get everything set up to do the sprints. So that'll be about the time. Let's see what we have here. Sammy read 30 pages. Good job. Annie only read 2%, but you cleaned the kitchen. That is good. That is good productivity. And Teresa says, so glad I found you. Thanks for sprints. I forgot which Agatha are you reading? And I did answer it. It's The Body in the Library. And I got my cowl finished and will block tomorrow. I will block mine tomorrow too. I finished it last night, but I'll block it tomorrow. And Steve read a chapter and 2 pages of chapter 14. Great job. And yes, Teresa, The Body in the Library is what I'm reading now. There also, if anybody is interested in Agatha Christie, Agatha Christie Limited does a Read Christie every year, and they've already put down the schedule of the books that they'll be reading. I'll check it out after this, and that'll be the next Agatha Christie book that I read. I generally have an Agatha Christie on the go. I just finished last night The Secret of Chimneys for probably the 5th or 6th time last year. It's just my favorite one. It's my comfort read. So whatever the Read Christie 2026 book is for January, that'll be the next one that I start when I finish The Body in the Library. And probably Secret of Chimneys will come back up next time I need a little comfort when I'm feeling sick. But yep, those are my Agatha Christie plans. Teresa, Lucy does her sprints on Wednesday around 7 p.m. And that's 7 Central, 7 Central. And mine are 4:30 Pacific. And Annie says, I got all the tabs put in my author directory journal. That's amazing. That sounds like such a good project. And Jamie listened to a bit more of her book, worked in these Read Challenge printables, and took a few decorations down. Good job. I need to get that little mini Christmas tree down. I did want to leave it up until at least like January 6th. We'll see. If Audrey leaves it alone, then it will be up till then. Otherwise, I'll take it down this weekend if she doesn't leave it alone. All right. Again, thank you, friends, for joining me. I'm so happy that you were here and got some sprinting in, and then I got to chat with you a bit. And it sprints next week. It's not a holiday, and I don't think I'm out of town, so we'll see you next week, hopefully. And it'll be a work day for me, so 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern. I will see you next time. Bye.